Yo. Yo, yo. Yo, yo. Good, busy. Well, we're still going to be a bit busy, but we've settled back in. We've so far settled back in. This is like the first day that we haven't been doing as much, but tomorrow we're going to get back to streaming. I just figured today would be an okay time to get on because I don't have much in the way of like things to do tonight. Yeah, Mochi's here. Mochi won't be in this room for now until I can clean it. Because I don't want him walking around eating a bunch of plastic, right? Fucking kid. I'm gonna be able to cold or allergies, one of the two. I had my brother is cleaning out my PC from Montreal. So once that's cleaned out, I can actually set it up here and then get rid of this PC so I can play Total War and do Warhammer at the same time. That's like super ideal. On the same computer, which is awesome. But right now we're still just like kind of settling in, moving stuff around. Overall, though, we're pretty good. And again, tomorrow we should be back to like regular streaming on both channels. Thankfully. Currently sitting in a Tim Hortons drive-thru. Have fun, bro. Get the cookies. Get the smile cookies for the kids in camp. Okay. I was able to get bases. Rainsden is a good man for this. Bro, you're not even fucking banned, are you? Are you banned? I'm just going to start tomorrow when I wake up. Tell you right now, man, these last few days have been pretty hectic, and like I just want to wake up and stream and not give a shit. That's the goal. That's what I want to do. I want to wake up, stream, and enjoy my time. That's the goal. We're also going to do variety. I had found there was a guy who made a video, and it's basically The Thing meets a 1970s oil rig, and it looked really bizarre. So I'm going to purchase that game tomorrow and probably do that one first for variety. Most likely. We'll see, though. But regardless, no, Dead Space is going to wait. I want to do this one first. Bro, this is The Thing meets oil rig. Like, isn't that cool? That sounds cool, no? Yo. To me, that sounds great, you know? Okay. I need to clean up some bases. Rather, cut nibs off of bases. Yeah. It's been a while, though, and, it'll be good to get back to, being a human being. I mean, that's subjective, but okay. I don't think everyone would agree, just saying. I don't think they'd agree. Excuse me. Did they send me the wrong bases? No, these are 50s. These are not 50s. These are 50s. 50s. For now, yep. We're in. We're basically going to be what?
Can I use your phone?
One sec. All right, we're here. Okay, yeah, we got to do bases. I can finally work on my fucking dwarf army. I can finally do it. I don't know if I'm going to get through it anytime soon, but, like, Jesus Christ, it's been a long time. Maybe. I was looking at a bit of the PvE stuff. I mean, outside of, like, the whole Dr. Disrespect thing on Twitter and, like, Tarzan and the girlfriend and Dante's and all that shit. Like, Twitter is just, like... I mean... kind of a mess. Right. Do these have nubs? How are these made without the nubs? What? Oh, it's because they're not cast from there. No shit. Good. Yeah, Twitter's kind of a shithole. We're good, though. We're chilling. We're chilling right now. 100 mil. These have nubs, too. The new game mode, though, it's what? Like, something about... These are kind of shit. These are chariot bases? No way. Is this a flame cannon base? Oh, no way. Don't you just kind of mindlessly walk around? It's like a, twin stick or something? Is PvE twin stick or some shit like that? That's what they're labeling it as? Hmm. Vampire Survivors, but bad. You know what I saw that was the most intriguing thing? Was the fucking Hextech T-Rex with the miniguns. Bro, League has nothing. What does League have? League don't even have that. Seriously. League don't have anything. What does League have? Clearly is not giving us anything. Is it budgetary issues? Do we have issues with giving the people something? I mean, you're not wrong. My PC's like on the verge of dying because of Vanguard, but that's life. The PC that currently has Vanguard will not have Vanguard soon. Also, I think I've seen Contagion. It sounds familiar. I just don't remember it. Unfortunately. All I know is I will be watching a movie soon. I need to go with Ivana, and I want to go see I think it's The Watchers or something. M. Night Shyamalan. Procrast, thank you, buddy. Thanks, man. Vanguard is just garbage. I've never had an instance where it's like kicking me out of a game. But my problem with Vanguard is that it's breaking my PC to the point where I can't even play the fucking game. So it won't kick me out of it, but it will, like, cake the PC and God knows what, and it just slows down to where the client won't work. That's where I'm at with Vanguard. Some might say that's a blessing in disguise because no more League, but, like, I want to play League. I know that sounds like an insane take, but I do. Well, of course it does, but I still... This channel's not bad. When I actually gave this channel a bit of a try, I think I made $600 off it last month. That's not bad. Like, that pays for one set of Warhammer, but, like, that's not bad. Yeah. I mean, you know what? It's funny you'd say that because, like, I said the same thing. Initially, when Vanguard came out, I'm like, why are you guys complaining? There's no problems. There's literally nothing wrong with it. And a few months later, my PC just stopped. Like, the client just straight up doesn't work. It was uploading the virus to break the PC. I mean, I can still play the game. I don't know if that problem is going to affect this PC. Right now, I'm having my brother wipe my PC from Montreal. And he's going to clean everything out, fix it all up, do whatever. And we're just going to play Warhammer and stream on it. That's it. Stream on this channel. I've already got a different PC for the other stream, but I also need to pick up another PC to double stream with it, ideally. So we can play any game uninterrupted. That's kind of a ways out, just because of how hectic life is right now, but a dual PC setup is something I've wanted for ages. It's just, currently, I have, like, no time to buy it, no time to set it up, no space. Like, this shit needs to be cleared out first. I have to redo my whole stream setup. This stream setup has space. This is good. My actual League one, I've got 4 monitors sitting on the desk with, like, the arm room of an ant. So I need to work out how that's going to work. And also got to get a camera for this channel as well. There's so much I can't remember buying. Well, that's what happens when you forget about stuff, yeah. I mean, you'll always find things you thought you didn't buy, but you have them, and you're like, well, that's great, that's good. I don't need to buy it now. That's cool. The fighting game community is pretty loyal. If you're really into fighting games, like, you're really into them. Save Linux, yeah, you can't even use it with that operating system, right? But then again, who uses that? Who uses Linux or Linux? I don't think anyone, right? First is Subway Surfers gameplay loop. Second is GTA 5 ramp montages. I mean, I use one for, like, if you're streaming. Okay, here's the thing. If you're streaming, and doing variety in the middle of a stream, like playing whatever game, 4 monitors may seem like a lot, but it's not. When you got Spotify going, all this other shit going, like, it adds up, but it's unironically justified. Mostly. Mostly justified. Well, yeah. The problem with space here is that I don't go around, I go up. You can always go up with space, but you can't really go left or right. You know what I mean? Does this need cutting of any kind? Nope. Cool. Okay. So, do I have big bags? I could put them back in the bags. Just work, sure. I don't think I even needed to take out the these. 2 is not. 2 is you. I cannot live on 2. Well, I say that ironically as I'm using 2. This channel's got 2. This is more simple in terms of how streaming is. Actually, I have 3. I have a miniature one, and then I have 2 regular, like, what, 24-inch or something? Again, I think the biggest problem is when you're playing a game, and you're also streaming a variety game in queue, and then also have Spotify, Twitch chat, anything open. It does kind of add up, and you don't really want windows being over other windows. You want everything spaced well. Maybe that's like OCD or something, but to me, that's how I view it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, times change. I would imagine people doing this shit now makes more sense, crazily enough, but... Okay, 50 mil. Yo-yo. Will these all fit? They will. These fucking bases have been sold out in North America for like 10 months. Rainsden hooked me up. Bro brought in that fucking UK port, that import. Oh, it's so good. I have all the bases I need now instead of waiting 30 years. And I could have just went on eBay and bought like Chinese bases, but I have that GW brain. Pretty shitty. Pretty shitty. We're done now, so like whatever, but like I don't want to do that again. Set up a VR headset as a monitor. That's kind of weird. Yeah, that's a little bit weird. I mean, I've seen people do it, but like that's some AI shit, man. That's like futuristic space tech. Only good thing about living in the UK is we always get Warhammer stuff first. Yeah. Or it just never goes out of stock. You know where I got these from? Element Games. I'm sure everyone knows of Element Games, and Element Games is like, listen, your shit may be out of stock worldwide, but like I've got 50 of these in stock just sitting here doing nothing, and I'm like, okay, I'll buy 3. Yeah, they're good. It was my first time using them, and they don't ship out of the UK. I tried. I think the reason being is Games Workshop has a very strict policy with like, if they give you an agreement, you have to sell within the country that you're given. So like, even if you wanted to buy stuff in Canada and it's Games Workshop, you can't ship it to the US, which is so shitty because certain places, I went to every single retailer in Canada. I spent an hour and a half, 2 hours looking around the entire internet for 50 mils. eBay, fucking 401 Games, Harry Tarantula, all these places, the Games Workshop website, fucking Sunward Hobbies, all these places. Nowhere. Anywhere. Montreal, Toronto, doesn't matter, it's just gone. So the 50 mils still in North America are gone, but like you can get all these, all the 25s and shit like that. Or you can get the big motherfucker for the anvil, which I don't know how I'm going to set it up yet, but maybe I'll go horizontal or vertical. I don't know. I don't drive, no. No, I don't drive. No. What I need to do is clean this. I could drive a cabbage cart, yeah. Driving is for rich people. True. True. You know what I got for my birthday was you say groceries and eating stuff. My mom gave me a fucking grocery card, $100 gift card to Metro. That shit's gone. Like one grocery shopping will do that. I've started collecting rhinos to sell for parts. You talking about like Space Marine transport rhinos, or like are you illegally hunting rhinos? What is bro doing? Thoughts on Forsen? I don't know. I feel like he doesn't really. Every time I see clips of him, it's like the only clips I know of Forsen are the ones where he's very nonchalant and there's like 50,000 people around him just making his life miserable. Or he just kind of fucks up in a game. Like, I don't really keep up with streamers. Spend upwards of 150 to 200 weekly for groceries for two people. Yeah, and we have a dog now, so it's probably what we'll spend. Yep. I guess it'll... the good news here is that my girlfriend is the size of a twig. So, like, if I'm going to eat, you know, a bag of pasta, she's going to eat, like, a grain of rice. So, like, you know, we're covered in that department a little bit, but still spend a lot of money on food. Man, I haven't done this shit in so long, it's like I fucking forgot. How do I cut this? There we go. Visibly struggling. Yeah. It is true. Yo, yo. Hello, hello. I mean, true, but like, the more you spend on groceries, the less you spend on Warhammer, you know? Which is an L. That's an L. I mean, look, I've been trying to spend money on Warhammer lately, but no, my hands aren't shaky. I just can't fucking cut this for some reason. I don't know why. I think I'm being too cautious. This is like an old addiction kicking back in. Like, you'll get it down. You know what I miss playing right now is Total War. Total War had a recent massive update. And a lot of the Dwarven stuff was changed. Like, bolt throwers, unironically right now, might be relevant for the first time in their existence since, like, the second game when they got released. Which is exciting. But, I mean, I can't even play the game right now, brother. I cannot play the game right now. And there's also, like, a new DLC coming out, too, which is cool. And I figured as much for, like, the orc stuff. I think it was a while ago. I was talking about, you know, what could the orcs be bringing in? And they finally bring in the one person they've been missing to fill the void of gameplay that is for mounted cavalry. Because there are no mounted orc lords in that game outside of Azag. And the only one to ever really get a miniature that was, like, beloved was Gorbad Ironclaw. The old infamous, like, big old war boss who led this giant war through some parts of the Empire and, like, really fuck things up. I mean, maybe. I'd like to do it. I mean, I've got knowledge about certain things. I can maybe open one up eventually. I don't mind just talking about stupid shit that I like. I don't really care if anyone, like, listens to it or not, you know? It's just my own personal thing. All it really is just, like, subjective opinion. Well, I guess that's what subjective stuff is anyways, right? Like, of course you could say the objective thing to this is that, oh, their stats are this way, so they lose this. Like, true, but not everyone is, like, entirely 100% correct all the time. You know, everyone kind of just gives their own opinions on things. So, like, if you see a bunch of videos regurgitating the same thing, it's just different people's opinions. So I could do it. Dwarves. How do you deal with it? Fuck if I know, brother. Get off the internet. Show her your taxidermy collection. Is that what they're into? Is that what goth women are into? Taxidermy? The new dwarf stuff would be great. We can't play Total War right now, though, just because my PC's not set up. I'm on a different PC right now. I do have my PC, though, and within a week or so, it will be set up, and I can do Total War, and I can also do minis. Just the new dwarf stuff, honestly. There's supposedly going to be new miniatures coming out. Not entirely sure if I'm, like, a big fan of them. Because I think one of them is supposed to be, like, based on leaks, it's supposed to be dwarven spearmen. And, like, that's a very imperial dwarf thing. You know, dwarves that have kind of, like, assimilated into Empire society. And that's not really my thing. I don't like imperial dwarves. From a rule standpoint, it would be very interesting. From an aesthetic standpoint, I don't think I'd like it. It's just unnatural. You know, it's like a dwarf with a spear. It's like elves use spears. It's a dwarf without a beard. It's like, that's for an elf. Elves don't have facial hair, right? Visually, it's very unnatural. I don't like it. But I guess rules-wise, it could be cool. Nah, Belagar's not going to get remade. You're trolling. No, he won't. Belagar would be pretty young. If it's 200... I suppose he'd be alive. Still be a prince. And he already had a really good model, so there's no way he's coming back. Right? Because, like, near the... I think it was, 8th edition they brought him out? And that was the tail end of Dead Fantasy. So there is no way in hell you're getting Belagar. You'll get Ungrim resin, right, which looks amazing. And I'm thinking you're going to get maybe like an engineering character, like, God, who's Grim Burlixon's father? I want to say Damiz Burlixon or something. Maybe that name is wrong. I keep getting it mixed up. No, you'll never get a new Belagar, because Belagar was already brand new, essentially. No, he will never come back. Like, Ungrim, coming out, I think, around 4th edition, he was ugly. Like, his sculpt is very of 4th edition. His sculpt is of 4th edition, and so it just doesn't stand up. And I guess they just wanted to go with him for the sake of, like, here's a new way to play. And that new way is just running Slayers, which in itself is kind of a throwback to, like, the Storm of Chaos, which was the initial end times, I guess. And, currently, Slayers fucking blow. I don't know how they can make them better. Or rather, if they're going to make them better. So, I just want them to be better. They're cool. The sculpts are amazing. Make Slayers great again. Please. Bog, yo, buddy. There's a lot of, like, really janky rules with the dwarves that just don't really make sense. Like, Slayers walking in formations and not being skirmishers. That's kind of weird. If you put, like, engineers near war machines that don't get buffs, it's like, well, I guess ballistic skill buffs. Also kind of weird. There's a few, like, minute things that I really don't like in the rules that feel less flavorful. Just feels like a rule and not something part of the universe, but, oh well. I guess that's life. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Baby. Hey. Where are you? What are you trying to use? All right, we're here. Ooh. Moji, be quiet. All right. This fucking blue tack is so disgustingly old. It's older than me. 30 years in the making. Mochi! This thing is a rat anywhere it goes. He's a rat. Yeah, Mochi's being a bastard. Space, thank you, buddy. Only person I know is Vlad. Yeah, I mean, Warhammer's full of interesting characters. It's just kind of a matter of, like, once you know it, is that interesting to you? There's so much lore, so many books. Like, you could kind of sit through days of content, weeks of content, years of content if you really, you know, took your time. And if you want to do that, you can. You know, maybe you'll find something you like, but there's something for everyone, mostly. Mostly. If people can't find something they like in Warhammer, they're just coping. For sure. They're coping! Turbo cope. Yeah, the Hell Pit was cool. They're, aren't they replacing it with the new one? Which way is this anvil supposed to be going? I think it's that way. Good to see you back at it. Yes, sir. We're going to be here every day on this channel now. Not just doing Warhammer. Well, not going to say not just doing miniatures. Like, we'll probably do gaming. I'm just waiting for my brother to fix my PC up, and we're good. That's cool. Look at that. Damn, he ain't done, though, but sheesh. How the fuck you ain't going to play Dwarves, man? Come on. But yeah, 40k and fantasy are way different. I guess you could say they, at one point, like, the only reason 40k even exists is because they were like, look, the fantasy world we made, that's cool, now let's put it in space. And so they did. It's 100% its own thing. They have shared, I guess you could say, elements, but they're not connected. No, my fucking dude, you know what it was? I canceled my internet and they took it out a week in advance. They canceled the internet a week in advance. So, yeah. We weren't happy. I got the new AOS Abomination, but it also comes with the old... Really? It comes with a square base? That's what they're doing for that? It already came out? The one with, like... Wasn't the walking creature? What the fuck? It's already out? No way. You just talking about the Hell Pit Abomination? But yeah, no, my PC is just being cleaned. The PC I was typically using, it's just old with gunk, and so my brother's cleaning it out. And from that, we can set it up here, and I can put all this stuff on that PC, and then I can just stream Total War, tabletop, whatever, on one PC. That's the goal. And then, of course, I have my League Gaming PC and Variety PC. I don't think I like it horizontal. I think it looks way better vertical. No, I haven't played any old world game. No. Unfortunately, I've been so busy, and the only thing I'd ever played on as of right now would be like Warhol or like Tabletop Sim. I've seen a bunch of games. I've read a bunch of stuff. Haven't played any games yet, though. I've got the books. Like, I can sit down for the first time in many a year and complete another army, but, like, it has been a while. I wish I could. Making a game? No, there's no way. I love the universes of things that are already made to the point where, like, I feel like I'd be ripping on them too much if I tried. If I was to create something original, well, first of all, you can never do something original, like, mostly. I would pull too much from, like, Warhammer, and it really wouldn't be a thing. I'm like, oh, there would have to be dwarves in the universe, because I love dwarves, and it's like, well, who made the best dwarf? You know? Who put out the perfect dwarf? How can you even change that? Yeah. I mean, Old World is... Age of Sigmar definitely doesn't have everything the Old World does, right? Like, if you love classic sword and board, sorcery, you know, just fantasy, right? Tolkien, but amped up on, like, crack. Warhammer Fantasy. You know, if you want Tolkien taken to, like, an entirely new dimension with God knows what's going on, but it's still kind of fantasy, then yes, Age of Sigmar will work, but, like, that's kind of what I'm missing in Age of Sigmar, is that classic, typical setting. Everything is so, like, bombastic, and you got dwarves and sky ships, you got fucking God knows what else floating around. And for me, it's cool, but, like, it became a little too far-fetched from, like, what I love in fantasy. Yeah, everyone rebased. Thankfully, I didn't, because I sold my armies. When fantasy died, bro, I needed some money. I sold. I sent you a pic on Discord. I'll take a look. Oh, that's the old Hell Pit. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the new one. Yeah, so that Hell Pit, it's interesting they'd give you a square base, considering the Skaven aren't even going to get a book. Like, they have a PDF, which is their rules, but, like, they're not going to be touched for eons. Like, they're probably going to be one of the dead last races in fantasy to get love. Just because they've already got love in Age of Sigmar, and Age of Sigmar stuff is just fantasy stuff at that point for Skaven. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, if you did want to buy a Hell Pit, there you go. There's the base. That's cool. It's Craggy. Wait, where is Craggy? I was working on an Age of Sigmar army, I think, at one point, and I wanted to do just, like, the main unifying color is blue. I think that's, like, the most typical dwarven thing. I was supposed to be going with, like, one of the main dwarf holds, Krasakarak, and even then, Krasakarak has just so many, like, dispossessed clans and all this stuff. So there's no, like, real turbo unifying color. But it's weird because, like, I've seen so many images. Krasakarak isn't even blue. They're, like, green. But green is also Karak Hearn. Green is, like, a ton of different things. So it's very bizarre. I think I just love blue the most. So I think I'm going to try and incorporate blue onto shields and banners, things that would unify the dwarves, but, you know, all their outfits should be different. A lot of their shields will be different as well, just because that's kind of how they are. You know, they don't mass produce these things. But yeah, probably blue, most likely. I think there's it's somewhere online. I had seen, because I'm in a Warhammer Fantasy Discord, and some of the guys in there post about different, like, dwarven heraldries and stuff from clans. But it's just weird. It's super weird. Like, Karak Kadrin is red for sure. The banner of Karak Kadrin, yes, it's red. I don't know. I guess I'll look into it a bit more, just to be sure I'm getting it right. Just paint what you want, and the colors of the other units are differently when you want to distinguish them a bit. The clans, exactly. It is all a bunch of families and clans coming together for like the sake of the hold. So you could technically paint all of your dwarves different, and it would still be lore friendly. You could, because even though the families are under one mountain, they still kind of trace themselves to like their heritage, right? Where they came from, the hold that was once lost. Even though you are fighting for Krazakrak, you're still, you still have your past in mind. The orange scheme? What, the Malachite scheme? I mean, clothing can be whatever color. I think it's more so the way it worked in lore was that dwarves supply their own gear. They maintain their own gear. Their gear is a bunch of hand-me-downs, right? Like, you don't go to war unless you're festooned with, like, ancient relics from your family. They don't have to be enchanted by any means, but, like, your grandfather's axe that he had, the thing may be beat to all hell, but that's what you would take, right? And I believe only the richest of holds would supply gear, right? Like, you'd actually be clad in unifying colors, unifying shields, different emblems and stuff, right? Like, it's to flaunt, like, okay, our clan has gold, we got money. And that's not typical dwarf. Like, it's there, but, most of the time when everyone just goes to war, they're just wearing part of their trade, what they do. One guy might be a jeweler, and his attire as a jeweler is just a bunch of, like, generic clothing. And when he goes to war, he puts on his father's helmet, his uncle's fucking, like, axe, whatever it may be, right? So they're kind of a hodgepodge of different eras. Some might have wooden shafts, some might have steel, whatever it may be. They're a hodgepodge. Unless you've got things like, the iron breakers or the hammerers and stuff like that, where most of their gear is typically made the same because it's like a militaristic thing. It's an actual, I guess you could say, like a division within a hold. You've got the King's Guard, you got the Ungrin fucking defenders, right? Or the guys who defend, like, the deepest parts of the hold. I don't think it's called the Ungrin. That's the underway. But, yeah, I don't know. I like lore. I like keeping lore in mind when I'm doing stuff just because I like it. That's not to say that I'm, like, against homebrewing your own colors and shit. It's kind of primitive for how advanced dwarves are. Well, that's just how they are. They love their past. Like, their ancestor gods, their family. The glory days. All dwarves think about the glory days, because they've only gone downhill since many a problem. All they do is take L's, unfortunately. Dwarves never take W's anymore, and when they do, it's extremely short-lived because then they just get fucked again. They're like, oh, great, we spent 3 years, 40 years, whatever it may be, trying to retake a hold. We're amazing. They get in. Okay, but we're so defeated over those 40 years, and then a bunch of trolls just come in and kill them again, right? Like, they don't... For the short victories they do have, it's just a long line of, like, sad and miserable events. Exactly. It's just, that's cool, I mean, I'm not going to build my army unless I was doing, like, if, as an example, with what you're saying, you could say, I'm going to build my anvil as Thoric Ironbrow. And Thoric Ironbrow, what the hell is gunpowder? Get the shit out of my face. If this crossbow wasn't made with your teeth 3 millennia ago, it better not be in my sight. And then you could say, well, in that case, let's take the bolt throwers. Let's take, like, the grudge throwers. Let's throw in a bunch of quarrelers, rangers. Forget the gunpowder. Forget the cannons. We're sticking to the old ways. You could do that. That's fluffy. You know, you might pull a win or two, but like that's really up to you. For me though, it's not a thing. I kind of like the game as a game. You know, I'm not going to be spamming something that's broken, but I'd prefer to still have a good time and maybe win. Isn't that the point of Warhammer Fantasy? I mean, that's the point of like all their settings. 40K, no one's happy. Fantasy, nobody's happy. Everyone is just always on a downward spiral. But, you know, people make their armies the way they want to, and that's cool. Where the fuck is Craggy? I'm missing my dude. Where's my dude? Where's the last time I was here? I put him somewhere. Jesus. I can't believe I've already lost something that I cleaned in the last, like, 2 months. Maybe it's just misplaced? Give me 1 sec. Where is Craggy? What is Craggy? There's no way. Oh. Oh, he's up there. Let me check my VOD. I've got a VOD from, like, ages ago. I remember cleaning. Is it gone? Here it is. I didn't even clean. I didn't take Craggy out. Okay. All this hobby talk makes me want to get back into Total War Warhammer. Oh, well, I mean, you will be able to soon, as in the next few years, yeah. Try the wiki or try YouTube. There's a lot of lore on those places. There's a lot of, like, books. A lot of books. Tons of books. 40K and fantasy are not connected. At one point, they tried to like pull a but this happened in both universes, but no, they have elements that are similar, such as like the demons. The demons exist in both worlds, but I believe the ones that like have a name in both settings that are shared, they're not the same. I could be wrong. Give me one sec. But yeah, typically, you're gonna want to go to YouTube. Oh, here it is. There's Craggy. Craggy! Craggy Broove! Cool. We got him. Yeah. Oh. Well, is Be'lakor really... Does he transcend both? Like, have they explicitly said he's the same in both? I guess his lore would be the same, no? Yeah, fantasy's a bit cooler, personally. I mean, a lot more people... Well, you can't really compare... How do I make something like Craggy without making Craggy? I need his hand for the tongs. I gotta redo the forge. I'm so torn between doing something lore-friendly and just not. Like, Thoric could show up and just start helping everyone. Do I want to do that, though? Or do I just want to make a generic Rune Lord? With, like, a generic... like, apprentice? Because I'll be damned if I don't paint Thoric, like, out of Karak Azul, and then the rest of my army out of, like, not Karak Azul. Yeah, YouTube is the best, though, for that stuff, for sure. YouTube is 100% how you want to go about these things. How do I make an apprentice? And actually, I need to make Anvil Guard. I think I did at one point for a different project. I remember trying to make Anvil Guard based on Thoric, and I was working out conversions instead of having, like... Instead of having their gross, like, well, subjectively gross, 4th edition aesthetic. Like, that is just... I mean, I chopped his head off for the fucking horns, but I don't know. The Anvil Guard just look... I can't... There's a degree in, like... I just don't like this. Something about it. I think I even yoinked the pouches. The tobacco. But that was for Thoric. I guess I can leave them here for now. Oh, even the Anvil Guard's weapons. We're supposed to be case, which I think I will keep. There's the pouch. Oh. No, these are not ham. These are all plastics. I've just converted them to a degree. These were supposed to be like an amped up version of something that existed at one point. I was trying to like make differently, like an aesthetic. Hang on. Oof, this is terrible. Because you can convert your miniatures, you can make them look different. What I was trying to do was update an old looking sculpt. I was trying to make this. I've already cannibalized them for parts. Essentially, this is like what the Anvil Guard should look like. This is the original model. And I was going to kind of like make it in the style of the newer stuff to also kind of fit the whole aesthetic, you know? So like you take the horns, you have to give them the dual braided beard. You can kind of take a few liberties on like, you know, the hammer and whatnot. You could say, oh, it's an anvil, so it's the Anvil Guard. Shield, I don't really know what I'd do yet, but just things, different things. Maybe like make them look really badass. Put these up here. You know, that would be a fucking sight to behold. Like this, and then maybe get this one off. Put it like this. And then he would get a giant back banner. Just ideas. This guy's actually got a pretty good hammer, though. But yeah, you can convert and kind of make your own stuff. It's just, my problem is I'm so stuck with the lore that me trying to do something original gets in the way of that. I'm like, well, I could stick to lore and really have this be Thoric Ironbrow, because there's no way, with how my brain currently works, there's 0% chance I would ever put this guy on the anvil with my current state of mind. I know it doesn't seem like much, but like, I can't view this dude as the miniature because he's a named character manning an anvil in an army that's not even his. And be it whatever, he goes out and helps other holds kind of reclaim relics and whatnot. But I don't think I want him here. I think I would just kind of paint him up as a standalone, just something to put on a shelf, you know? It's like, oh my god, there's Thoric Ironbrow, Karakazul's Master Rune Lord, dude of the weapon shops. I stick to how it should be. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think I'm pretty creative. It's just a matter of, I love the lore, I don't want to tread on it. So how can I do something that still is within those bounds, but like is as good? Exactly. Yep. That's like, I used to think who gave a shit, and then when I started to think about it more, I'm like, my brain just doesn't compute with what it should be. Because initially, even when Age of Sigmar was around, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to make this giant thing. Thoric's going to sit on it. I want to turn a general on a griffin into a giant, like, Thorgrim diorama with a bunch of hammerer bodyguards. That would be so sick. I'd love to see that, but I think it's just a matter of, does it make sense? Can I view this and not think much about it? That's my only gripe. So that's the reason I'm doing this. I'm not even going to use these Anvil Guard. I'll maybe use them as inspiration. So, like, I'll take the weapon heads because they look like anvils. It's very thematic, I guess, for an Anvil of Doom. Maybe take these back banners, which they're not banners. I believe they're more so to ward off magic, cast runes, like something. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see. The Anvil of Doom is definitely the centerpiece in a Dwarven army, so I want to make it look good. I want to make it look like the centerpiece in the army. And there's a lot of work to be done, so. I can maybe incorporate these as like a nod to Thoric and his guard. Like, no shit, the Anvil Guard would literally have a pipe, right? Like, I guess most dwarves would, but these guys kind of just sit on a hill and do nothing while the army, like, fights in front of them. So, you know, you need a pastime, right? Just smoke it up. Anyways. Yeah, Vermintide's really cool. Vermintide is great. Unfortunately, all the characters in that game are just straight up dead, but, you know, it's cool. I think that's everyone's big gripe with it. It's like, man, how are you going to kill everybody? Why does everyone have to die? What did they do? The shield's facing out. Something like that. And it's going to be on a hill. Thanks, I did not. Well, essentially, there was a thing called the End Times, and it was only created because the game itself wasn't doing enough financially. And they basically ended the world, killed everyone, and then made it anew. There's no way. You know, I don't want to say no way, but, like, maybe Kruber is somehow in Age of Sigmar. Maybe he was, like, turned into a Stormcast Eternal because he was so great in the eyes of Sigmar. Maybe Bardin Gorikson is, you know, in the halls of his ancestors. I don't know. It would be cool to see that stuff, but who knows? At this point, who knows? But yeah, Games Workshop killed the entire universe because it wasn't financially successful, so I guess in a way that's justifiable, but, like, it's shitty. Still need an apprentice. What are some good apprentice sculpts? Let me take a look at what I have. What about Carillion? Fuck if I know. I hope the elf stays dead. I hope the bitch stays dead. Okay. Let's see what sculpts we have to work with, which I don't think you can even see up close. This was always so weird to me. Karazakarak. Green. Blue? What color is it? Odd. These are all such amazing sculpts, but, like, they just don't work. They don't work, they don't work, they don't work. Like, this one was pretty interesting. I don't think anyone gives an absolute shit about using this sculpt at all. It's just probably the worst. It's so bizarre. Like, what is he doing? Maybe he's casting a rune from his staff. No apprentice in sight. Craggy, maybe. Older minis. Nope. Oh. Classic Dwarf Engineer. To me, that looks great. Potentially. Classic Dwarf Engineer. That's like one of the... Is that 4th edition? Oh, it was Burlock Dammonson. That's who it was. That's his father. Nothing here works. Nothing here works. Nope. Maybe some of the crew. Classic Thunderers. I mean, some of them, the really classic Thunderers, look pretty gross. Subjectively, I don't want to, step on anyone's toes. It's just not really my aesthetic. You're talking about the ones that were... I'd love to tell you what day they came out, or rather what year. You're talking about these ones? These ones were the upgrade from these. These are the classic ones. These are the newer ones, yeah. The newer before, like... Well, 6th edition, I think they came out. 7th edition, something like that. Yeah, these ones are pretty good. I like their guns. They look a little shoddy. Like, that kind of looks like a shoddy weapon. But yeah, these are a bit... not for me. Personally. I don't think they're bad by any means, but like they just don't fit what I like. Slayers will not be there. Nope. The Gragas Dwarf. That is the Gragas Dwarf. The flame cannon crew. I mean, hell, that looks like an apprentice. Dude's kind of, decked out, but actually that could be. Maybe. I do have a flame cannon. I don't mind that, but maybe it shares too much with the flame cannon. Is that a samurai dwarf? Was it really? Potentially yes. I don't want to say for sure yes, but potentially yeah. Man, no matter what I do, this is all kind of just bullshit anyways, because, like, the Master Rune Lord of Karazakarak is Crag the Grim. I'm not making Crag the Grim. That'd be cool. That'd be very cool. Maybe I could. But his shit would need to be even more decked out than Thorax. Oh, gotcha. I think I've seen that show mentioned. I'm a little torn with what to use. I don't want to use Craggy. If I was to chop Craggy up completely, I still feel like it would be too much. Maybe I'll use his hand, because his hand looks fine and I can sculpt a different rune. I was actually thinking of sculpting the runes in the game. Wrath and Ruin, Hearth and Home, stuff like that. But what's a good base for this? Hang on. Let me write this down. Sigmar is, yeah, the updated version, essentially. Sigmar is Fantasy's redo, which it's not better than Fantasy, but like it's its own thing, and I respect it for that because I do like Age of Sigmar. Ooh, that would be sick. The classic Anvil banner pole, which I do have, that could be really cool. Maybe on the hill. That'd be cool. I mean, they're never going to do it because Yarick is dead. And Angron is dead. Am I wrong? Is he alive? I don't know. I don't know my 40k. I haven't given a fuck about 40k in a while, unfortunately. Classic. Anvil. Banner pole. Plus flag. That could be cool. I mean, I could literally put Crag the Grim behind the anvil and just call it a day, but I think he's a bit too old for my liking. It would be a nice nod to put this banner. Well, you know what? Shit, Crag the Grim would have to look pretty decked out. And he's never really seen outside of Krazakrak. Angron gets resurrected every 7 days. Does he really? 8 days. I don't fucking know. You guys argue. I have no idea. Classic Dwarf Engineer 2. Classic Dwarf Engineer 2. Okay. Who else would be good here? Maybe the Flame Cannon. Flame Cannon Gunner. Okay. I think that's really just it. And then maybe like plastic RT crew. Maybe those could be ideas. Classic Dwarf Engineer. Let me see if I have him. Nope. Curious. Holy shit, eat it, dude. We thought we had some of those here, and thankfully we didn't, so we couldn't eat them. Orcs versus World Eaters is going to happen. I mean, that'd be cool for 40k fans. I'd just be like, Orcs used to be one of my favorites, but it has been a long time since the Orcs have been my favorite. I'll tell you that. I would like to draw out how I want to do this. So Maybe. Can't really see what the fuck I just did, but you know what? It's caveman scribbles, and it works. I need to create a box. What's in the fucking box? What's in the box? I like it. No, it's kind of hard to see, but like, I know exactly what. What you created depth? Yeah, okay. 50 million for this thing. I need to create a box. Rune Lord. 2. Anvil Guard. 1. Yes. Is that how you spell apprentice? Is apprentice with 2 P's or 2 R's? Or am I just brain dead? No, it is. Okay, we're good. I'm not stupid. 1 apprentice. 1 hill. 3 back banners. 1 box of runes. 1 anvil. Yeah, we got it. 2 P's. There we go. We're good. If I could visualize this on screen with some sort of like brain chip, you would see exactly how I'm viewing this. But it's so clear as day to me in my mind. It's just a matter of thinking of how to do it. There's going to be a hill. I'm going to do it vertically. I've seen people use. I mean, when fantasy was a thing, I saw people do this with their anvils, and then they put them like this. And they put the forge here with like Craggy or the apprentice, and then they had the anvil guards sit on the anvil itself, but that's kind of icky. The current way to use the anvil in game is to take this and put it on the battlefield and call it a day, which is so creatively boring, not happening. So what I will do is I'm going to put this on a hill. I have to somehow work out how the anvil guard are going to be up here. But it's essentially, he's going to be elevated. Anvil guard will be in front of it. There's going to be a few steps leading back to the forge, where the forge will be here with the apprentice and with a box of runes that are waiting to be like, you know, heat treated and then passed on to this guy. That's the idea. I don't have to do that, but I want to, because, you know, it's Warhammer, and you want to make your shit look cool. But I think I do like the idea of theming the guard, everything around an anvil, right? Usually some sort of iconography, or it's interesting because for the case of Thoric Ironbrow, his motif was always like horns and a twin beard, like a twin braided beard. So if you look at him and his anvil guard, which, you know, they're all chopped up now, but they all shared the same thing, right? And then they also had this like anvil design. And I kind of want to keep that aesthetic, right? Because these guys are kind of like a tight-knit unit. Wherever he goes, they go. And then in the end times, they showed Thoric's people, the Brotherhood of the Anvil, the ones that accompany him to Valia's Gate, which is where he meets his doom. And they don't look like that. They look exactly nothing like this, which I thought was so cool. So I think in keeping with the aesthetic of, like, you are guarding a sacred relic that if this thing were to fall, you'd, like, your whole bloodline, more than your bloodline, would take the oath. I think it makes sense that they would kind of, like, devote their attire to that as well. You know, it's kind of like their life. So I think I'm going to lose the horns. If I could somehow give everyone, like, an anvil helmet, maybe a bit too stupid. Yeah, it looks a bit stupid. Maybe just not that aggressive, though. Maybe a smaller one would make more sense. Looks a bit dumb. Yeah. Yo. Hello, sir. I like the idea. What parts are these? Hammers? These are hammer parts, which I should have more of, I think, anyways. Or unless this is it. It's not. I don't need them to all match and be perfect, but they need to be similar. And I think I do like the way it was actually presented. Okay, I got some more bits. Warhammer where the hammerhead is an anvil. Well, that's what I was doing, yeah. Like this. And then the other one would be a different anvil. Yep. Exactly. I think that looks sick. It would work. The anvil guard. Using his head when it comes to blacksmithing. I hope not. Okay, so I need the chain skirt, but no... Ah! Excuse me. Chain skirt. That's not it. Chain skirt. That's it. There we go. Cool. Okay. Because I'm not going to be using these guys, because they're already glued together in a certain way that's not meant for this project. It was meant for an Age of Sigmar project, and that shit is, whoo, with fantasy back, I don't know. Seems a bit sus. What arm is this? Is this the command arm? What is this? Damn, even I can do, what the fuck's the anvil? Oh, it's right here. Maybe like that? Can mess around with it. I got so many parts anyways. I'll fuck around with it. Okay. So, we must create anvil guard. I'm going to take the back pulls because I think they look great. Why not? Here's the first body. That looks like a long beard head. I believe it's the gem in the middle. Interesting. I bought a jar of termites from a yard sale and dropped the jar when I got home and it shattered. What do I do? Fucking eat the house before they eat it. The fuck? If you eat the house, they can't eat the house and they all die. You know what I mean? Smart move. Super, super smart. Do the hammerheads kind of look like anvils? That kind of does, eh? The hammer's head kind of looks like a fucking anvil. Like, you could really cook up some anvil guards with Mr. Hammerhead here. But it also just looks like a hammer. Yeah. And I mean, you've got Longbeards who will absolutely be in very prestigious positions. So maybe we just do Longbeards as heads. I'll leave this one here. That's cool. You could post it in the Discord. Veteran Guard were always interesting because you had to make the minis. And if you're a modeler, you would make them, like, sick, you know? Because they'd look like veterans. Veterans never had minis, unfortunately. I used to play Guard. I loved Guard. Oh, wait. You're probably not talking about Imperial Guard, are you? That Space Marines? Post them in the Discord. I just realized. Okay. I need this shoulder pad. Whoa. No shit, eh? Look at that. Wow, that's a good bit. Hang on. How do I, where's the camera? You talk about making anvil guard? Look at that. Look at that shoulder pad. That's cool, eh? It's part of the hammers, though. Does that even look... Eh? I mean... That would be something. Oh, Stern Guard veterans? Yeah. I guess I'm just so hooked on, like, guard stuff that I don't compute half the time. Everything kind of comes out differently. I wouldn't... Well, you talking about playing games? The games are a good gateway into the hobby, for sure. A lot of people are... Actually, this is what I used. Okay. Cool. A lot of people are interested either from, like, a gaming standpoint or a hobby standpoint. You know, you get introduced to stuff differently. And not everyone likes the same things, so... You know, you just got to be a little bit open-minded and take it as you will. think this is a banner arm. I've got like rock molds, or I've got maybe cork. You can get away with using like cork bark, stuff like that, to make like realistic rock. I don't know how tall the hill's going to be exactly, but it needs to be tall enough to kind of stand above everything else, because it is kind of like the centerpiece. Maybe like an inch off, inch and a half. Which, I mean, that's taller than any dwarf in the army, so we'll see. It's going to take a while to kind of like really put things to the model, just because a lot of this is planning. And I'm never going to make another one. You could make a second anvil for the sake of gaming, but like, who the fuck's going to do that? Yeah, Vermintide's good though for that stuff. It's very easy to play. It's just Left 4 Dead Warhammer. And if it seems cool, then like the rest of the universe should come pretty easily, you know? Okay. So it's this guy we're fucking with. Shoulder pad. It's the diamond. Cool. And I believe the other one is... Yep. Still need to find this arm. Diamond. Diamond arm. Diamond arm from... I think just a hand weapon? There we go. See if there's any others though. Okay. So, the aesthetic still is the same. The shield needs to be a little different, though. I'll start with Dawn of War back in the day. Yeah, Dawn of War was the video game I got into, but I was always like into the hobby. Dawn of War was just kind of like a cool gateway into Warhammer gaming, I guess you could say. Excuse me. We're good. Still, yeah, a little bit busy, but overall, I mean, tomorrow I'm streaming all day. I ain't mucking about. I just want to go stream. So far, so good. So I'm just trying to look up stuff. Yeah, the hobby makes everyone poor. Warhammer is very expensive. Now, this is the official GW one with a different model on it. It's the good old Thoric Ironbrow miniature. Okay, I need to piece out the second anvil. Guard. So let's just say that's one. Shield, I don't know how I want to do shields. I can just give him something generic for now. Because I do want some sort of like anvil motif. Yep, everything's been moved. We're still unpacking and doing things, but overall, pretty good, pretty good. Sure. So this guy is the shoulder pad. He's got the helmet to match. We need this arm. Wherever that arm is. I need the arm. What is the arm to? Nope. Has some sort of like trim. This one I know is for the banner. This one's right here. Cool. Yeah, it's been pretty hectic though, man. We've had a lot of like setbacks and spending more money than we should have on the move. Like just we haven't caught a break, and this is the first time in probably a week or more where I've been able to sit down and just chill properly. Like I could go all night and then wake up tomorrow and stream, which is insane. I haven't been able to do that in I don't know how long. Everything is done. We're just now unloading and putting things into place and making more space for Mochi. Yeah. Everything's done. It's all here. Like, it was a very long time in the making, but now we're trying to... Nope, no more. Well, we will. You know, we're going to go visit Ivana's family and whatnot, because they all live in Montreal. That's initially why we were there, just visiting family. But yeah, our stuff is situated here. So I can stream Warhammer every day. I can stream League every day. We're doing variety soon. I got a cooking stream in about a week. I can get back to doing what I love. It's been years. Years, I tell you, years. Years of war. Let's just put this shield here. Yeah, we have a sponsored cooking stream. I'm gonna be solo making a HelloFresh meal, and Ivana's gonna be behind the camera. Yeah. We'll see how that goes. Man, the horns frame this thing so well. Okay, I need to get, first of all, torso. Bold torso. Still missing the arm. I don't know what fucking arm this is. It's got a trim. Oh, I know. Okay. Wait. I think I can actually just use this. It's literally the same thing, sure. Yeah, we're gonna paint everything. Variety Cooking Christian Gym Challenger with Graves Mastery Arc. Soon, soon. I mean, I can do. Listen, it's probably going to be about a month until we're completely comfortable, as in everything that we've brought over is situated. We've thrown away garbage that we didn't need, blah, 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 blah. Made more space. It'll probably be a month in the making, but at least we're here and we can do everything as normal, right? So, like, we're getting there. Okay, I need to clean some parts. Do I have any, Maybe this. Volkite Berserks. Am I ever gonna fucking make Volkite Berserkers? Never? I made throwing axes earlier. Well, not earlier, long time ago. Throwing axes. Cool. I just want to make things. The fuck? Okay. So, we have a spot to put all of our bits. HelloFresh seasoning meta. I mean, I tried to beg Ivana to cook food with me, like just to be on stream, because why not? It'd be fun. And she's like, I don't want to be on stream. I just want to do the camera work. It's okay. Okay, woman. That's fine. All right. We got to make Anvil Guard, brother. Let's do it. What's the garb of the fucking Rune Lord? Basically the same thing. I wonder. Oh, wait, this doesn't even go together. What am I doing? This would maybe work a bit better because they all kind of have like plate skirts. I want to match the aesthetic of all of them. And if he's got a plate skirt, which is very manly, I think I'm actually just going to do that. I think I'm going to give them all plate skirts. Fuck that. Put it up here. Ye old manly plate skirt. You need them if you want to cook. Yeah, I don't think I've got that. Thermodynamics. I don't think I know that. I think we would just YOLO it now. I mean, they literally tell you how to cook. They tell you how to make food. HelloFresh was designed to make you food. That's what it's going to do. It's going to make you food. Dude, I really want to try Factor. The problem is Factor. I was offered Factor, but like they couldn't send me something because it was a US offer, even though I'm Canadian, and even though Factor ships in Canada because there's a Canadian division for Factor. Except this was for the US version. So like, what? Isn't that kind of dumb? Yeah, that's stupid. It's like I want their food. I really want to try it. And I support the hell out of it if I like it. And they couldn't do it. No, these are GW plastics. These are GW plastics. And that is GW resin, so you know it's extra toxic and bad. A video essay on what? The dwarf stuff? Quick food thing? Well, I'm a streamer. Ivana made food tonight, which incurs dishes, and I don't like dishes. And you could say, well, make the woman do it. Well, she makes the food, so like, you know, it's fair. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, speaking of, hold up. Anything I'm interested in? Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if I have more time, sure. But right now, we're gonna be streaming a lot tomorrow. What was I gonna say? Has anyone seen the new episode of The Acolyte? Because it saved the show. One good episode. There is a single good episode currently. Not that the show was like, well, the show is garbage. Period. It's a shit show. But shit. What the hell is this? Oh, it is it. Yeah, the new Acolyte episode's really good. Actually, very good. I'm not gonna cope. Lots of violence. Believable violence. That's the craziest thing. It's Star Wars with a brain with its choreography. The show is garbage, but the latest episode was actually very good. I'm not coping. As a longtime Star Wars fan, I think it's safe to assume it was one of the best on-screen, like, lightsaber episode duel things you'd see. Very good. It's almost like it was completely directed by someone different. Like, it just didn't seem like it came from the Acolyte, you know what I mean? Very good episode. Very good. But yes, you're right. The show is not worth watching. It's garbage. Although if you can watch episode 5, it's worth watching. Not kidding. I am absolutely not joking. If you're defending something, should the shield be on the inside or the outside? If you're defending this, the shield would be on the outside, correct? So you'd stand here. Like, it only makes sense your shield should be outwards. Like this. Yeah. And then the inside is kind of where you're swiping, so... Correct? They're remaking Star Wars Bounty Hunter? That's cool. Probably. I liked it as a kid. I think that makes complete sense that it would be shield out, yes? Okay. So that means... Just to be sure. KOTOR, no. At that time, I knew of people who were playing it, but I didn't have a good PC. Growing up, console gaming was kind of where I was at. PCs were very unobtainable. My grandparents had one, and I kind of used theirs, but, like, yeah, not very good. What am I missing here? Am I just brain dead? Maybe I went with this army because it's so close to the torso. Was that it? Why am I trying to do this? I have fucking blue tack. No, these are from GW, the company, Games Workshop. There's alternatives everywhere. If you do want to use different sculpts, completely up to you. Why is this just not working? I personally don't like the aesthetic of the other sculpts that I've seen. I just don't. It can boil down to like price as the biggest reason, which is typically the biggest reason you 3D print, or it's aesthetic. You know, do you like the look of something more than not? Why is this just not obtainable? It fit better, I think. No? Usually people 3D print because it's so expensive, and I don't blame them. But I have never enjoyed the look of most 3D prints. It's really just the sculpting style. Just subjectively not my thing. I guess that works. Sure, once it's shaved down. Trailer dropped yesterday. Oh, that's really cool, actually. I'll probably play that, yeah. Couldn't continue. I mean, those games are old. Sometimes I guess there are bugs and no one patched them, so like, what do you do at that point, you know? What do you do? Okay, arm. No, I won't be playing it. Elden Ring was never really my thing. So I won't be playing that personally, but other people might. Like Ivana, my girlfriend, will and is doing it right now, I think. Her Elden Ring is my Warhammer. So we are a little bit of an odds. Cool. All right. I mean, there's Elden Ring minis. It's in the board games. Everything is in the board games. There's no like legitimate miniature game for Elden Ring, but pretty sure you are okay in the one-off department. Well, yeah, you could do whatever you want with 3D printing because that's kind of the idea. Is you want to do anything you want. It's just for me the aesthetic kind of goes over my head. When I view Warhammer, I view it in a certain light where I guess having seen a lot of how the miniatures are and the lore works and everything, some things seem a bit too jarring. And, that's typically, if you're doing that, it's to not get hit with a copyright, like you're making your own minis and you want to make them in the vein of like GW's Dwarves, but you don't want to make them exactly GW Dwarves. So, you kind of do your own thing. And that's cool. But I find it very hard to enjoy 3D prints that stray too far away from like the Warhammer aesthetic. Just being, so ingrained with like the hobby for so many years. Sounds a little bit nitpicky, but like I really like the dwarf sculpts. I've always loved them. I've yet to see 3D printed dwarves that I love to death. Unless it's like directly inspired by a piece of artwork. Because there are some amazing ones that are inspired by artwork. Of course, GW artwork, but Murph, thank you, buddy. Thanks, man. I mean, the biggest thing here is that there's options. Options are what you need. Not everyone can buy Warhammer, and I don't blame them. Nor should anyone have to, if you don't want to spend that money because it's ridiculous, but budget would be 3D printing. I can turn the volume up. Budget would be 3D printing. It's always cheaper than doing like any sort of legitimate purchase from like a company. It just depends on, again, how much money you're willing to spend and like what your aesthetic is. If you don't like the look of something, don't buy it. That's a good way to start Warhammer. SKALD is the band. If you're building an army slowly, it's not too bad. Oh, yeah, well, it's still bad. Like, I don't know if you've seen GW prices lately. Aren't you Australian? Bro says Warhammer ain't bad as an Australian. Yo, where's my tier 3, dude? On multiple accounts, give me a tier 3, god damn it. I mean, if you got the money and you want to spend it, go for it. You're in the UK? Right. A very minor price increase. But still a price increase. You got the best. I mean, I don't know, man. Either way, it's very expensive. I think most hobbies are just in general very fucking expensive. Like incredibly expensive. Anything nerdy is just they know idiots like me and you will buy shit. Like normal people put payments down on their car and their mortgage and all this shit and I'm like, "You know what? Show me a dwarf. You want to have money leave my pockets faster than like well, something fast? Give me a dwarf." GW has its ways. Normal people things. It's just an album. It's the music I listen to, but yeah, it's just one album playing. I guess, I mean, you can win big in Vegas. You can't really win big in Warhammer. You just lose money, but at least you go up in happiness, you know? And I'm going to be so slow cleaning this shit up. Ay, ay, ay. Back to square one. Back to square one. It's only about 9:42. Damn. I think we'll just go till midnight. I'd love to play Total War, though. Like, I really would like to. Imagine just swapping. It's like, yeah, I'm getting bored of Warhammer right now. Put on Total War. Don't even change the stream. That'd be cool. That'd be fun. That's just unfortunately not realistic right now. Maybe in a few days when my PC's all clean. PC's got to get clean for my brother, and then I got to move a bunch of stuff in here to make room for it because the tower is as big as a fucking door. So, you know what? I can just ask him right now. Is it done? Excuse me. Okay, there's no way tonight. And even then, I'd have to make room and set everything up. So probably in the next few days, I can have it working. I just got to put all the settings on this stream onto the other one, and we're Gucci. Maybe redo the setup a bit. Maybe. That would be the album, I believe, yeah. They've got a few. It's all kind of just the same music, you know? It's good. Okay, I need to clean all of this. Yeah, take it easy, man. That's basically what it is. Peace, brother. The grind never ends. You finish something to do something else. Fuck, I need the air conditioner on. It's getting hot. It's getting way too hot. Okay, I gotta go get some water and turn the AC on. 1 sec. Be our bizzle. Fucking hell, it's hot. All right, we're here. Um, Do I have... Oh, it's fine. Good enough. Bum, bum, bum. Arm. God bless sandpaper. God bless the sandpaper. And just like that, we have another shield arm. Kind of. Not yet. Cool. We're building a shield arm. Slow but sure, a shield arm. Supposed to be mimicking this side. So now we can place it on the other side like this. And then we can build out the grip. And then essentially be able to put a shield like that. So it doesn't look weird. But this is not for this project. This one is. Yep. So we're going to have to basically... So this is an official one. This is how it looks. And so what I'll do is just build up the green stuff and make it look like this. And then he can have a shield on the other hand. That's cool. Disloyal, yo, buddy. Yeah, the kill team is... Is that with the squats? Is that the squat one? I actually want to see some things. Fucking hell. Okay, I don't need to completely butcher this. Just cut it away a bit. Oh, you know what? There's a knife. Yeah, always busy. I mean, as of right now, it's going to be a bit better, for sure. We're just busy doing this, I guess, if that's being busy. Yeah, green stuff work is a bit rough. YouTube videos are really nice for that stuff. There's a lot of very good, talented people out there. Who you can learn from. That's where I would go. YouTube is just great in general for learning stuff. It's excellent. Yeah. Things are winding down, though. Mochi's here. He's just not allowed in this room. There's like plastic and shit. I don't want him eating it. If I can work out a system to where he's allowed to be in here and that works out, that's great, because I do want him on stream. You know, people miss him. I miss seeing him. And if we can work it out, that's great. If not, we'll figure it out. Yeah, the new Kill Team box, though, is really cool. I gotta try and get the Votan half of it. Even though I'm not really working on Votan right now, so I don't think it's a real big thing. Yeah, Sprue Goo, I use it. It's good for, like, minor imperfections, and I guess you could say cracks and things. Last week, the trailer, I've seen one of them. Romulus looked all right. They showed half the movie, but it looked good. Don't fret. Companies just show you the entire fucking movie now in trailers. Oh, I think I did see the official one. It's the long one, right? It's very long. It shows, like, again, half the scenes. People dying. Shit blowing up. I was going to say, one thing you should never use if you think you've got crack. Like, if you have a crack, actually, you know what you could use is, Tamiya plastic putty. That's not too bad, I think. I've used it a bit. It's all right. Sprue Goo is good, though, if you can kind of get it where you need it and then shave it down. Scrape it. Oh, yeah, half the movie. Yep, I've seen it. They show all the character deaths and everything. It's like, the fuck? Why do we want to see that, dude? Don't we want to see the movie? That's the reason we're wanting to be teased, you know? So like that. Mm. Yes, sir. How do I get this to work? Okay, like that. These arms are going to be a little weird. They're always, put in a way that they're not supposed to be put for the sake of conversions, and you kind of have to like work with it, but whoa. Something about this arm just seems too small. I think it's the way it's angled. It's just way too close. What fucking arm is that? What arm is this? Is this hand weapon arm? It's this one. No? It's not. What arm is that? What the hell? Am I losing my mind? What arm is it? Oh my god. Is that an Iron Breaker arm? The fuck? How bizarre. Schizo, yo, buddy. Oh, I can't find the arm. Like, genuinely, where does that arm come from? Where does this come from? What is this? It's the exact same aesthetic. Where is it? Yeah, I'm trying to like I'm making my anvil guard and I'm trying to figure out where I got the arm from. It fits really, really well. I mean, they can all fit well, I guess. What does this look like? It's just better for this. The arm is so much more extended. You've got dwarves now. Maybe you can tell me where this is from. I need the arm. You know what? Maybe it's no way. It's the same aesthetic. It has to be in this kit. Do you have any I guess if you don't have bits. I'm just trying to think of like what the arm could be. It's an arm from the Hammers or the Longbeards. And it's an arm that, I mean, it's hard to explain. It's just this. That's all it is. It's this arm. I chopped off the engravings on it, but I'm trying to figure out from which kit it comes from, which I think it's just, again, the Hammers or Longbeards. Musty, yo, buddy. Like, it's clearly a hand weapon because there was a grip. Maybe it's just, let me see. It may, so the biggest defining feature is it's got a lip right before the glove, or right before the, glove, gauntlet. I think it's the Hammers. But which, is it like the command sprue Hammers? I swear it should be, these are the hammer bits that I have. That has a lip. Is that it? That's not it. There's no way. No. It's got a groove here. There's a groove under the arm. It's supposed to slot a certain way. It's somewhere here. Oh, I found it. You know what it was? You know what it was? It was I'm not even gonna like I didn't see it yet, but I'm assuming it's this. Yep. It's the drummer. It's the Longbeard drummer. That's it. Like, what the fuck? Yep, it is. Yes, sir. Yeah. I didn't think of that. I kept thinking it was a weapon. I guess you could still, like bat people in the head with it. Yeah, it's the drummer. It's got more of an extended arm, which I need. It's closer to the torso as well. So like the shield will sit better, essentially, which I fucking scraped this for nothing, but whatever. Cool. I guess I just never looked at that for some reason. I'm like, what could it be? Way better for the shield. And it'll sit closer like this. Yeah, buddy. Cool. And then you have him over here, because his shield's on the left hand instead of the right. And you can give him a right-handed weapon, which, I mean, I've yet to do. Like, damn, look at that, dude. He's beckoning you to the anvil. Says, come on, dude. Cool. Yep. So, yeah. For some reason, every dwarf. It's a good call on that. Yeah. I mean, I initially did it because this was my Thoric upgraded anvil guard. Yeah, I wasn't done with the green stuff or anything, but the arm was the same thing. I guess I had gone through it so many times thinking, like, how do I make this shield closer to the body? And, you know, these are more like relaxed guard, I guess. So I could just do whatever. Exactly, that's what I'm doing. Yep, I gave them all the initial. This was from the Dwarf Warriors kit. It's the Sergeant's hammer. That's what I was gonna do. Because this is not Thoric's anvil, so I'm not gonna use the horn guys, and I'm just gonna kind of like make my own anvil guard instead of trying to like emulate what Thoric's in 4th edition used to look like to like now. Was this 4th? I don't think it was 4th. Nah, it's too far away. This is like 6th or something, or 5th. But yeah. There is an arm. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah. This one. Nah. There's no way to use it, personally. And the hammer would never be this big, I think, realistically. Oh. You mean this one? I think I like them at more of an attention pose, you know, because, like, this is pretty nonchalant. To me, this looks more for, like, a Thane or something, or, like, a sergeant, right, surveying the battle. Whereas the Anvil Guard are, like, although surveying the battle, they're more so inclined to, like, be at arms immediately. It's a cool idea, but, yeah. I'm going to try and make them both kind of, like, ready. Warhammer a genre or a game? Both? Is Warhammer a genre? Yo, Not Bush, thank you, buddy. Hello, sir. This guy's very good at sculpting, whereas I am not very good at sculpting. This guy's the GOAT at sculpting. I don't know why he doesn't do Warhammer. He should do Warhammer. You should do it. Grimdark fantasy game. It's a genre? All right, it's fair. I mean, I think for the most part, when I look at Warhammer, I'm just like, nostalgia. I like sculpting big stuff. You could sculpt big Warhammer things, you know? But I get that. That's cool. The, what was it? Well, you know, I will say this. If you ever do decide to do Warhammer, like, man, you could make some cool shit. You could make a lot of cool stuff. Fantasy is just amazing with its content in, like, anything. Do you really? I remember we were supposed to be doing something. I sent you a message about that, but, like, right now, probably not the best time to rethink about that. With having spent some money on moving. But what did the guy commission you for 40K with? Because that sounds like something a Warhammer fan would do. Any nerdy, like, Warhammer stuff? Oh, really? It's in the painting phase? That's cool. Is it, is it a Xenos? Could you give me that much info? I feel like it's probably a Space Marine of some kind. Most likely. That's usually the fan favorite. 20 years of Dawn of War. That is the GOAT 40k game for now. I hate to say it, but, like, read up 2 messages. Where? Oh, Gabriel Angelo's fighting an orc boy. I didn't even see that. I'm so sorry. That's cool. That is Dawn of War. Yeah, there you go. Absolutely. That's badass. As much as I don't really like Space Marines anymore, that's nostalgia. I think everyone who grew up around the time of, like, Dawn of War was probably decently into 40k, you know? And then when Dawn of War came around, it's like my tabletop miniatures are now alive, you know? Because, like, the entirety of Games Workshop's existence was just miniatures and books. Yeah, Dawn of War is really good with their voice acting. Everyone knows, though, what's going to happen is when Total War Dawn of War comes out, or not Dawn of War, when Total War 40k comes out, Dawn of War, I'm sorry, but dethroned. Easily dethroned, right? As the GOAT 40k game. Yep. I love Dawn of War. You know, for me, that was and still is my favorite 40k game, but I think it's safe to assume once Total War becomes a thing, it's just you can't go back. Oh, we're just slowly getting through it. Very, very slowly. I'm going to be spending a bit of time just scraping an arm until the arm is good. I don't think so. Well, you know they're going to be supposedly making a Star Wars one as well. And I had explained this earlier, but, like, they're probably going to make a separate, like, engine for the shooters, you know? A different system entirely for their games. And if you want to take the world by storm, you do 40k and Star Wars. Like, you've done the historical stuff, you've done Warhammer Fantasy, you know, you've done your sword and board. Now you do your laser and planet-killing machines. Which will need a different type of gameplay for sure. Yeah, Total War is more so melee. Or not necessarily, it's a bit of everything. I mean, even the 40k games, well, here's the thing. Star Wars and 40k would need to be the exact opposite, where it's more so focused on shooting, but you do have a lot of melee. So, like, you could adopt the previous systems into those games for melee, but your shooting would need to be different because the way the game works is different, right? You don't have armies lined up in giant columns. All right, men, fire! And then all the stormtroopers just miss anyways. Like, you would need a cover system, especially in 40k when everyone just gets gunned down by the most OP things possible. So what they'll probably do is develop some sort of, like, different shooting mechanic thing, and then at the same time they'll figure out a cover system. Like, yeah, you could do multi-planetary stuff. You could do whatever. This is Skald, Skald. The song, I don't even know. Saekonungar. Say Kongan. I can't pronounce that. I cannot pronounce that. Not happening. Yeah. The band is Skald, though. Norwegian. I don't think it's Norwegian. This is something else. Wish I could tell you, but I don't exactly know. Oh, gotcha. iPads are weird. I've got one. More so my girlfriend uses it for art, but iPads are funky. Yeah. I mean, all I'm doing is shaving it down. So it's kind of the opposite. Yeah, it's working. I just need a blank canvas. And then I will channel my inner Knotbush one day and sculpt very tiny details. Oh, you can mini player Spotify? I didn't know that. It won't show the entire Spotify client, right? Because typically when I used to do that, it would like mess up the windows. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's garbage. I mean, iPads are nice, but I don't really use them often. I don't even think my girlfriend uses it often, not anymore. I will look into that though. That sounds interesting. I don't think I'll put it on now, but that sounds like it does save, people asking, right? I used to use iTunes, but like, eh. When you do Warhammer, it's kind of hard to do many other hobbies. Like music collecting and supporting bands is great, but everything like that can get very expensive. Very, very expensive. Oh yeah, I'll check that out. Where'd you post it in Discord? I mean, I don't even know what the whole DMCA thing. Yeah, I'll check that then. I don't know what the whole DMCA thing as well, if that's like a bright idea. I think it's the idea of them not knowing what music you're playing at all times. You like our music? Find. Delete everything. I think that's what she uses. I think she uses that same program for like art. Because the iPad has very specific programs that others don't. Oh. Is that really what it is? No. That's what I'm using right now. I'm just saying visually it would show the name of the song. And they'd be like, you listen to this song? Why can't we hear it? I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking. Maybe that's brain dead thinking. Oh, I know that. I'm just saying. I'm talking about it visually being on stream, appearing that I'm listening to songs. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Again, maybe I'm going crazy. Maybe I'm just like coping, but it's just a thought. Okay. I think mostly that's fine. It'll be behind a shield anyways, so like once I smooth it out even more, it will be way good. Excuse me. Okay. So there should have been 2 arms here. Where the hell did I put the other one? Just as a reference. I think here it is. So the original arm was going to be like this. It's very far away from the body. It's not very long, and it doesn't like curve around the torso. So his shield would kind of just be like this. A little bit further away from what I want. Whereas with this arm like hugs the torso. It's flatter. And that way, the shield can sit if it wants to stick just a little bit better on the torso. I have to get in the right position, but there you go. That's the idea. So, don't know why it's so hard to stick these things together. Once I shave it down properly, it'll be way closer. And also once there's not like 50 tons of blue tack. Okay. So the shoulder pads. How did I have them? So it looks like they're in... What? Oh. So the anvil shoulder pad needs to be on the inside, which means the generic print is on the outside. Okay. Yeah, it's just blue tack. A good guard pose? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's always the small details that kind of make something, you know? Gale, yo, buddy, we're good. We're chilling. Trying to work on something that I've wanted to do for a very long time. A very, very long time. Hmm. Yeah, I've seen all that shit on Twitter. Yep. I have indeed seen all that shit. It's a lot of shit. I mean, some people do it. You don't really need steady hands. You don't need to do all this stuff. You just put them together and that's fine. It's not like rocket science. It's just scraping things. Scrape and then glue. I might as well put this on. Just to gauge what it will look like. I mean, the world is, again, crazy place, man. You can't trust anyone. Does it really? He's an automaton. It's stone. This is magic. Magique. Blue tack is pretty useful, though, for sure. Really useful, actually. This is Games Workshop. These are GW. Everything here is official fanboy miniature. Yeah, when it comes to doing Warhammer, dropping parts is kind of a problem. I guess it's just a matter of being, like, as steady as you can sometimes, but, you know, try and be careful with bits, because once they're gone into a carpet, you're never going to find them again. They are way gone. White tack is stickier. Is it really? Well, I mean, I've just got blue tack, so I'm okay with that for now. It doesn't need to be perfect. It's just more of, like, gauging how things might look. I mean, nothing in life is perfect. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can finally do it. It has been a very long time, but now I can actually finish stuff. Yeah. Ooh. Pretty far out. If I work at it, I can get things done, but, like, I'm pretty meticulous, I guess, with my stuff, so, like, it'll take a little bit, but at least I'll be happy in the long run. Like, right now I'm working on an anvil conversion, which the anvil is just straight up the centerpiece in most armies, so I want to make it look good. I'm just piecing out ideas. So that would be an anvil guard before a bunch of changes. Yeah. It takes a long time, dude. Everything in Warhammer takes a long time. Photos of the collection. Miniature-wise, I'm rebuilding it as we speak. Actual, like, Games Workshop collectible stuff, that's different. When you grow up with Warhammer and $20 is, like, godsend, which it still is godsend in today's economy, 100%. But as a child, $20 is $100. Like, you know, sometimes games might take the place of Warhammer, and that's kind of where the local shop comes in. So you trade off the Warhammer, you buy video games. Wish I still had a lot of my stuff, but we just don't. So we're trying to redo everything. This is just to pin things together to get a general idea of how it might look if I glued it. This is like a temporary hold to visualize pieces before you glue. Like, do I like this? Well, it's missing something. You know, like this banner piece is cool, but like maybe lower it. You know what I mean? Maybe raise it. I don't know. Maybe give it wings. It's just meant to like conceptualize stuff. That's it. Nobody uses blue tack to put miniatures together. You can't do that. It's just meant to visualize. I avoid using blue tack because it can get greasy over time. I scrub my pieces after I'm done, so maybe you're right with like the white tack stuff, but I'll clean all my pieces before gluing. I'm a freak. I'm a freak. Let's take a look. Overall, without all of the motifs, like the anvils and maybe the beard being changed out, the shield being changed out, the shoulder pad being modified, maybe more stuff being added, I think it looks pretty okay. Like, visually. The Thoric ones look so much cooler because they have their horn idea and then they've got, like, the twin-braided beard. Like, to me, that's just kind of a cooler thing going on. But these are not Thoric's anvil guards, so, like, I'm not going to make them that way. And then the anvil itself needs to be on a hill anyways, which I cannot do right now. Yeah, exactly. If you create a bunch of things instead of building them straight from the box, it's good to have blue tack or like white tack. It's very helpful because then it can give you like just an idea of what you want to be doing. I know for a fact this guy's going to have a back banner. 100%. It would look pretty... I don't know. The anvil is going to be on a hill. Hang on. So initially, the anvil has no base size because whoever at Games Workshop, when they were deciding how the anvil's going to work, they're going to completely neglect the forge and, you know, all the cool flavor bits. So I've decided to just put it on 100 by 150. That's what this base is. It's like the necrolith and all that other weird shit. The idea for the base and overall design of everything, not the best looking sketch. It's going to be up on a hill. I'm thinking, so it'll be in the underway. The underway is like this giant highway of, you know, networks that the dwarves have built from one hold to another, and you could basically travel underground as the fastest way possible and the safest way possible. That's where it's going to be. It won't be, you know, the pride of like the Karazhan Corps, because now the dwarves are all kind of screwed and their underway is absolutely shattered. So it's going to be a broken up underway. Lots of messed up like flagstones and old dwarven iconography, stuff like that. Um, but on the hill, I would imagine my idea was that it's very weird because when the dwarves bring the anvil, they need to set it up somewhere. Except the miniature was made with this giant, like, stone ring, right, of runes. And so, in my mind, they keep the anvils, but these giant kind of, like, runic, empowered sites are littered throughout the underway at, like, key choke points or something. And so they'd bring the anvil, they'd lay it in this thing that was already there, right, carved out in stone eons ago, whatever. And they'd relight the old forge there and kind of, like, work off of that platform. That's my headcanon. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what if the runes are summoned when the anvil is placed? That could be something too. Yeah. Yeah, you could do that. Either way, I want this on a hill. The anvil guard are going to be kind of like either on the hill with it or in front of it. And then there's going to be steps leading down to the forge, and there's going to be a guy, like, smoking up runes. So, yeah, like a holy site or something, basically, yeah. Or, again, it could be summoned, right? But this is essentially the centerpiece of a dwarven army outside of maybe, like, a regiment of hammerers with a king on shield bearers, right? Like, outside of that, this is the most extravagant thing. So you do kind of make it, you want to make it look good, right? For an army full of infantry, this is the big standout piece. And I'm going to try and make it a standout piece. I was even thinking of putting, like, some banners waving, like these big banner poles, just as an idea. This came from the old Anvil of Doom, which was wheeled around, and he would just hit it, and it would, like, shoot powers out of the anvil. Kind of weird. But they have these two giant, like, flagpoles. And I do have them, and there's a little anvil on top, so, you know, you could do stuff with that. Yeah, that's a cool idea. So they're closer to, like, Grimnir and whatnot, and then they can expel those runes and be, you know, rune-empowered berserkers. That's cool, but the aesthetic is so garbage. Oh, yeah, you could do that easily. I mean, the whole reason I wanted to do more of a generic Rune Lord is because the pose is just perfect. This dude sitting on top of a hill, you know, be it I'm going to give him a different look overall, maybe, like, minor adjustments with a big back thing. Like, this is the perfect pose to sit on a hill with, right? He just casted the rune. It's burning. Something is going to happen. You know, it might not look like much now, but, like, in my mind, I know exactly what it's going to look like. So, there's a lot of things you could do. So far, I like the idea. Yeah. Takes a while to come to fruition because there's so much going on, but yeah, you can kind of understand a little bit. I still need to make an apprentice at the forge, and I need to come up with a box full of runes. Yeah, that's usually how that goes. Warhammer YouTube when? You're funny. I mean, if I can finish projects, I might just release, like, little videos on, oh my god, this is this is that, just me rambling, but that's such a long ways away, if anything. Okay. I need to work on this one. So now this anvil guard, because dwarves, when you're building them, they only come with... Are they all left-handed? No, they're all right-handed. Every dwarf is just right-handed. Their hammer is in the right hand, the shield's in the left. So it would look pretty ugly to have two guards kind of be that way, you know, right-handed. It just wouldn't look nice. So in converting this one to hold the shield On the left side, you can use the standard build option and build him with the hammer on the inside, so on the right, and then left-handed shield. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, when it comes to, like, the aesthetic of something, it needs to kind of have that balance, you know? You don't want it too heavy, right? Like, if both hammers are on the same side, it would just kind of look a bit weird. But this way they're together and the shields are out away from the mini, so it works. But now I need to blue tack this together. So it's this one, and then I need the arm. It's this hammer. Yep. Shoulder pads. And where's the banner? And then shield. Just an idea. I think I spend too much time thinking about what I'm doing. But as long as I can get it done, I think that's fine. Female armor. Sisters of Battle, I believe. Should have female armor. I think, right? Well, yeah, I mean, you know, that's just a nitpick with, like, what hand they have it in, because when you look at the original model with Thoric Ironbrow, they're both right-handed. It's just ugly. I'm sorry. My brain doesn't work that way. I don't, like, you need to hire two separate people who have weapons in different hands. Look at that. Doesn't that just kind of look icky? The model is great. I love it. I don't really like the Anvil Guard personally, but I like the fact that they all have horns. But, like, this dude over here and this guy here, it's like, it's not my favorite look. It doesn't lead anywhere. It leads around it. It doesn't lead into it. And if you want an anvil, you want things to lead into it because it's like the focal point. They didn't have it. Oh, I think they did a long time. Sisters of Battle have been out for a while now. The metal minis. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I own. Actually, I own Helgar, the Dwarf Queen. She's not the prettiest thing. Metal Sisters were 98. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know the aesthetic of the armor. I've never really cared for Sisters of Battle, let alone like a lot of 40k stuff, but shields unironically deflect the view, having the weapons draw in attention, so you're unironically drawing attention into the model. Yeah, it's a little weird. I mean, it is what it is. It was sculpted that way, so whatever. I'm not really a fan. Not to mention, it's a very old aesthetic. Like, based on the sculptor is kind of how things will look, or of an era. And if I think they call him the Forge Father, or Anvil something. If he's going to look like this, my guard ain't going to look like, you know, wax museum sculptures. 5k points. Yes, we're here now, finally. Tomorrow, I wake up and just stream League all day. The only thing I could never change is the way their legs are. But I'm okay with that. Nope, no more. PS version. What PS version? PlayStation version of female what? I genuinely don't know. I have no idea. PlayStation version? There's a PlayStation version of Warhammer? Oh. You're talking about Age of Reckoning? The Warhammer Fantasy MMO? Age of Reckoning? That was a game. You know, was there ever a 40k MMO that had come out that wasn't complete dog shit? Pretty sure they had that Crusade game thing, but it was like turbo dog shit. Yeah, I don't think it did well. Eternal Crusade, yeah, that's what it was. Poo poo. Stinky. I mean, Warhammer is such a great IP. It's just a matter of getting the right people. There was a PS1 Space Hulk game? Really? That I was not aware of. Damn, I wonder if... Hang on. True. I mean, family members are just going to sit around and watch Trump. I'm going to probably just stream. What else do I do? What else do I do? Hang on. We are American, though. Like, even though I was born here in Canada, we are American from America. Illegal fireworks. You mean firearms? Okay. Space Hulk Vengeance of the Blood Angels, 1996. Fuck if I know. I grew up playing a few Warhammer games. Like, to me, it was Battle March, Dawn of War, Blood Bowl 1, kind of crap, but... Okay. Let's see what they look like, kind of. Ew, he's deflating. I mean, they're going to be decked out quite differently, but conceptually, I like it. It still leads into the middle. It leads into the anvil. Maybe just change out a few things. I mean, I could just have both hammers down. Yeah, I mean, Barden's had a two-handed pickaxe for like 30 years. I'm not, listen, I don't really care about 40k. I'm not going to lie. I used to love 40k, but now I'm just like, it's all right. It's still, I appreciate it, but like, I don't really want to play the game. Darktide is, unfortunately, a little boring. Ew. It's not that the game sucks, it's that my love for that franchise, my love for 40k was like long ago. And even at that time, I still loved fantasy. I'm going to say this. For me to get back into 40k, I got to see Total War. Total War does a good job at like bringing people into things that, you know. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Even if it's amazing, chances of me playing it are pretty slim, knowing that I can work on my dwarf army. Or just play Total War multiplayer, which just got a massive update as well, which is cool. Jesus. He's falling apart, dude. Ah! What happened to our Rune Lord? Warhammer 40 Space. Oh, Space Marine. Yeah, they're coming out with a second one, though. That's a good game. First one was, at least. Second one should be amazing. Yeah, I like it. I just need to see it through. Can't give up, even though it's going to take 30 years to get this done. Okay. Arena style? Arena style? Wasn't it more like God of War? Is that what you mean? All right. I need to make sure these are all together so I know what pieces I want to use. Cool. Yeah, Grim Skull. That was an alright game. Pretty straightforward, but I think more Warhammer needs that. Give me 1 sec. I gotta go to the bathroom. Excuse me. All right, we're here. Okay. Um. Oh, no, I can leave that there. Let me just clean up a little bit. Um. We can do this as well. Sure. Okay. I need to work on figuring out an apprentice. How do I make an apprentice that isn't craggy? What did I suggest? Classic Dwarf Engineer 2, Flame Cannon Gunner, Plastic Artillery Crew. Can I cook up one? Can I cook up an apprentice with the Plastic Artillery Crew? Pretty alright. It's just a matter of I'm trying to use a base model. From the base model, I'll customize it, but like, Craggy has some pretty defining features, so I don't want to use his sculpt. I need a good base to start from. A good base would be something like this. He's already got an apron. Although, what the hell is that? Well, he's a smith. Well, yeah, he's a smith. He's just heating up the runes. He's an apprentice. He will learn the ways of rune magic by heating up runes. I know I want to keep the tongs. I can use his hand. But I think what I'm going to do is actually carve out the rune and just sculpt an actual rune. I want to make something familiar, but not. There was a bunch of good poses. I'll show you. As a base. Oops. Man, what the fuck is his base doing, bro? Okay. Yeah, I could do whatever. I think it's more so right now finding a good, again, a good body. So what I was looking at, Classic Engineer 2 has that craggy vibe where this arm would essentially be the one that's like burning the rune, like heating it up. And then I'd do something with this, maybe chop it off, do whatever. That was one of them. To the extreme would be like the Flame Cannon crew. The Flame Cannon Gunner is what they call him. This guy. Like, this guy really don't want to get burned, but like, yeah, it's a bit overkill. Or I just cook up one, which I think I might just do. Excuse me, shit. I think the only reason, though, it's like the apron. The apron is what kind of sells it, right? Because, like, Craggy's got a little apron going on, too. Are all Smiths doomed to have aprons? Maybe I should have kept the base. Let's just throw the forge together, see what it looks like. Modifications like this. Let's see. Classic, yeah, basically, right? Yep. Doesn't need to be anything special. It would work. Like, he would just need a gloved hand, maybe? Like, you know, add a bunch of green stuff, obviously, but... What would be the second hand? I love the bits of this so much. Dude, it's a dwarven wheelbarrow. How you ain't gonna put that here like he's shoveling in coal? Oh my... A spade! A dwarven spade! Come on, that's thematic. Yeah, it's cool. Some sort of, like, gauge. Bucket of water. I mean... Maybe... What is Craggy doing? Craggy's holding up his visor. I don't mind doing things akin to this. I just don't want to use the sculpt. I could maybe cannibalize Craggy's arm. Just, like, chop it all up. And maybe it could just be at his waist. Maybe that. I know I want to give this guy a visor. Wonder how I chop this up, though. Or realistically, I only need his hand. Alright, goodbye, Craggy. You're dead. Please, no. I've done nothing in lore, I just died. This is so sacrilegious. Nah, whatever, he's a beardling, who cares? It's so sacrilegious. Shit. Yeah, I might take the visor, but I want to make it look different. I've got more of these visors. I'm not going to take the visor. No, it's okay. Uh, mean, I'm going to have to actually cut it, though. Yeah, I don't know if you meant that. Cool. Yeah. And you got so many visors elsewhere that it doesn't really matter. Like, something like that, literally. The gloves are kind of what I wanted. You know what? He could have another assistant. That'd be kind of dumb. I mean, he could be snapping his fingers at the other guy who's like shoveling the coal. You know, like, let's keep it going type of deal. That'd be cool. Just an idea. Yeah, exactly. Oh, there's Craggy's hands. You abomination. You killed Craggy. It's like, you killed Kenny, you bastard. It's like, yeah, that's Craggy. I like it, though. It looks like an apprentice. Directing traffic, yeah. Well, the idea is definitely there. I mean, I don't really know if I'll use this body. I'll use the torso, probably. Just convert it a bit more so it doesn't look like part of the artillery crew. Again, the apron is like the best part, so I have to clean everything up though, obviously, and like fill gaps and do whatever, but the general idea is perfect. Very, very nice. Because this was supposed to be my big diorama piece, the big, like, dwarven centerpiece. Conceptually, it looks good. Do I have anything that I can, like... Oops. I wish I could somehow make a hill. Can I just make a lumpy hill out of this? I think I've seen that. The last slide. I'm sure I've seen it. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. They're good, though. They're really good. The people who do that stuff are awesome. Yeah. Yeah, this is an Anvil of Doom. The Doom. Doom! It's going to be a bit of a tight fit with a hill. Actually, no, I think it'll look good. And they're going up, like in a spiral, like they're going up to the sky type of deal. It's cool. Hey, yeah, it's getting there. It's taking a bit, but slow but sure. The general idea is forming. Noodles, yo, buddy. Yeah, again, it's going to take a while to kind of like see this thing fully as I envision it, but the idea is... What the hell, man? I think these Anvil Guard must definitely be on a hill when I do put them in, because this is just too jarring. I don't want the Anvil just on a little hill and then everything else surrounding it's not. It was supposed to be front heavy, and then it just straight up goes down. So once I can work it out... I'm off. Give you a follow. Yeah, take it easy. Thank you. Take care, and I will be streaming here many times. Oh, shit. Every day, ideally. Put a few bedrolls and pallets. That's a little bit too civilian. This is a Rune Lord, not some smith. I kind of like the idea of the wheelbarrow. Maybe having the forge off-centered a little bit. I think that'd be fun. But, oh, you know what? I can't do this. I can't put the wheelbarrow. I have to put the box of runes. No, the wheelbarrow will not work. The goal of this was to put kind of a, not like this, but more of like a chest of runes somewhere here in some sort of like cloth. And I was going to base them all off of the Total War runes, even though I think in the books they do display which runes are what. So Wrath and Ruin, Hearth and Home, Oath and Steel, some other one, I forgot what it was. And I was going to sculpt those and model them into the box. So, like, you know, whatever's going on in the battle, oh, Hearth and Home, oh, Wrath and Ruin, stuff like that. So that was the idea. I think it'll work. Okay. I mean, you know what I could do? This is kind of perfect to just have, like, the visor. I could give him a visor. Craggy 2.0. Maybe that. I'd rather make one, but let's just see. Shiny, yo, buddy. Hello, hello. Okay, we need to blue tack the visor. Is this just Craggy's brother? Braggy? Which just sounds like a brother anyways. I mean, that's kind of cool. The entire bloodline of Craggy is just destined to flip up visors and burn runes. I mean, conceptually, it's just Craggy without arms. Well, with his arms. That's pretty cool for a plastic smith. I like it. I mean, it's going to be tweaked a bunch, but it works, honestly. I may keep the visor. What does it look like sitting here? Let's take a look. Or those 3D prints? I have no idea what that second one is. Is that a goblin with big titties? Yeah, 3D printing is cool. It's certainly something I want to do more of, just don't want the process of, you know? Like, it's... The idea of 3D printing is more fun than 3D printing. She-Hulk goblin with big titties. All right. Hey, that's cool. She-Hulk goblin with big titties. I've never heard those lines before, all put together. Yeah, it is pretty limitless with 3D printing. You can do a lot of stuff with it. It's great. It's just a matter of do you want to continue with that is the question. Because I don't. I don't want to turn my kitchen into a meth house anymore. I need, like, a dedicated space for 3D printing, and I'd accept it more. It's just the process is so nasty. It's horrible. How can I make a dwarven box outside of plasticard? Yeah. In my DMs? Oh, I see it. Oh, those are cool. You know, I think I've seen shit like this before. It's except people used Votan bits instead of like Space Marine bits. That's cool. Yeah, I like it. It would be a way to do Lizardmen in 40k, you know? That's cool. If I was to change anything subjectively, I would have maybe done like different shoulders to kind of. Oh, well, I guess you're doing Space Marines. Never mind. I thought it was like a homebrew thing. That's cool. That works. That's cool, dude. Looks good. If they're supposed to be Space Marines, yeah. I'm only painting your skin at the moment. It'll take a while. Any painting and hobbying and modeling takes a very long time. Dwarven box. This isn't Total War. What do I do? Dwarven box. How do you create a box without plasticard and without the Mordheim plastic chest? 3D print? That's cool. Yeah, Gorok is a good model. He's pretty simple. He's just a little, like, dude. Looks like a Saurus, like, sergeant. It's cool. The decals are, I've seen some custom decals on, like, Etsy. They're pretty good. Like, I think there was lizard ones as well and other races, but the shit people can do is insane. It's awesome. It's super well done. I need a box. Maybe for the sake of my brain, I will use this to sit in place of a box. Oh, that's cool. That's a very, like, odd thing to request someone to do, but, like, you know, people have the ability to make a lot of cool shit. Most of which doesn't even pertain to, like, miniatures, but it could. Visually. Mordheim box. Dwarven chest. You know what could have a dwarven chest? Is like a Caradron bit. Take a look at Games Workshop. Caradron Overlords. Could be Orn. Does anybody know of any kits that have a chest? Actually, I think I might already without even... Yeah, hang on. A kit that has a chest screams Aegis Sigmar terrain. One of the older pieces of terrain. So they don't even sell it anymore. Aegis Sigmar terrain. Caradron? It's just doo-doo ass load. Okay, I don't think my, Oh, it loaded. Yo, please let me look at the sprue. I have a... Why am I even looking at that? I have it right here. Oh, we don't need this. I just realized. Ironclad. Okay. Found one, even though it's not the right size. Not even a chest. Right there. That's a dwarven crate chest thing. Small. I think it's too small. All of these Caradron ships have a lot of very interesting bits. Very, like, technologically advanced dwarven bits. Such as the dwarven crate that you will never see in any fantasy kit. It does not. Well, I'm just going to be making it. I just want to think of something like... If there was anything. Because chances are, again, I'll just put it together with, like, plasticard. I'll just build a chest that fits perfectly. I'm just going to build one. I'll build one, but I will use this as a placeholder. So... I think that's fine. I think it looks great, at least in my mind. Looks good as is for now. All right. So I decided to go with flame cannon, no, plastic artillery crew. Okay, I need different music because I think we've been listening to the same album for 30 hours and my brain is asleep. Like, give me something more exciting. You know what? Here. Not something I'd typically listen to, but like at least it's not going to put me asleep entirely. Yeah. Okay. So I need to just clean up everything now. Yeah, we just got to clean up everything. So let me chuck all the parts into the boxes. Rune Lord. Vengeful Rune Lord. Cool. Spotify link. I mean, what's the song? What is the song? Because I typically don't do links. It's easier to just look stuff up. Okay. Oh, it's a playlist. Ooh, playlists. Viking type music. I'm gonna say I'm gonna pass on this one. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even listen to my own playlists, and I've made a few of them. You could post it in the Discord. Maybe I'll check it out, but I don't really mess with playlists. I feel like I don't know, I've just never done it. I come from iTunes, and so like iTunes to me was always making it's like downloading an album and just blasting the album forever until you get bored, and then when you get bored you find a different one. Wait, that's fine. Should probably wear a mask for this, but whatever. It's not much. What the fuck is that? What is this even supposed to be? Like some sort of engineering tools, but oh shit, you know what? I didn't change out the body. This should be the body, I think. What do these torsos look together? I wonder what makes more sense for this. What would Craggy do? What would Craggy do? Oh, this one doesn't work at all. It looks like shit. Oh, this looks good. Okay. Other son of Odin? Yeah, I'll put that on, sure. Oh, Brothers of Metal? Yeah, they're alright. They I eat. Give me my hand back. Give me both of them back. Where are they? Hey, he's got some good hands for conversions, dude. Not gonna lie. For the only one smith I need to make, like, bro sacrificed himself for the greater good. He had both what we needed. It's just conceptual. It's not really the colors of it at all. Just getting the idea of how it's going to look. And it just looks like Craggy. It just looks like the guy we ripped apart. Except this guy's got a mustache. He looks cooler. Craggy's just a beardling bastard. He's got no mustache. He looks odd. Go away. It's disgusting. I like it, honestly. I really do. Maybe chopping up the apron a bit to get whatever that is out. They look like tools not for this. Excuse me. I like the face, though, where he's yelling. Or just, it's too hot. Yeah, you definitely want that mask up. It looks way better. Cool. All right, keep going. Good enough. A lot of these parts are just kind of chop it up until it looks good. Until it works. Yeah, I could. Well, I'm gonna have to chop up the. I'll change the song now. I'll have to chop it up and then just see what I can do with it. But yeah, I could put whatever. I mean, even Craggy doesn't have. Craggy's got a tankard, dude. He's got a tankard, whatever the fuck that is, or those matches, and a bag. Could be anything. Whatever are typical, like, smithing tools. I don't think he'd really need a hammer, I'm not going to lie. He's not the one, hammering out runes. We'll see, though. Fired for drinking on the job. Fuck. I mean, even when they made these models, they gave them pipes. The guard can just sit around and smoke a pipe all day without even worrying about what's going on behind them. Caught your stream last weekend. I went to an old tournament with my new old mountain dwarves. Did you really? That's pretty good. That's cool. What did you run? What was in the army? Pretty sure in everyone's list it's like Rangers, Gyrocopter, maybe Anvil. I'm still trying to work out my army, but for the most part, I know I want an Anvil. I know I want Rangers. Probably just Dwarf Warriors. No Gyros. Yeah. I personally don't like them. I'm building one right now, but I kind of don't want to continue. Yeah. They're pretty good, though. Every time I see battle reports and whatnot, I'm like, motherfucker got a gyro? How many gyros? They're very good at being annoying. Anvil, King, Thane, 14 Longbeards, 20 Rangers, 16 Hammers, 18 Ironbreakers, 2 6-man squads of Drakes. Okay, that's cool. I'm assuming the Rangers and the Drakes kind of like did work. It's kind of hard for melee dwarves to do much. Especially when they get charged. It's like, well... Yeah. Fucking movement 3 is just so ass. Yeah, Rangers and Drakes. How do you like Longbeards versus Hammers versus Ironbreakers? Versus Dwarf Warriors? Because I feel like when I actually do make my list, a lot of my points will be in shooting. So I'm probably just going to throw around a bunch of, like, Dwarf Warriors. Yo. considering Dwarf Warriors are obviously the cheapest. Yeah, Rangers do a lot of work. Rangers are really good. Dwarves. This is Dwarfs. Dwarf. Rangers are cool, but like they have no models, which isn't a problem at all, considering everyone just uses like Highland miniatures stuff. But oh, it's actually about midnight. Squats, my beloved. Yes. The lovely old squats, the Rogue Trader squats. Stubborn Ironwall through pan. Yeah. For sure. That's kind of their gimmick, anyways, right? It's like better stats overall, but they have the whole immune thing. And then Iron Breakers don't move, and Hammers beat the shit out of everything. I haven't played in so long, and I've played 0 games of Old World, so I guess I'll just see. It's going to take a while for me to finish anything, but when I get there, ooh, we will play. I've just yet to build any infantry, and I guess you can't really go wrong with, like, Dwarf Warriors. Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, they're Hammers. They better be the best, for sure. It's just there's such a big point sink. Exactly. Yeah, you just walk away. It's like, am I being chased by dwarves? Like, go the other way? You know? Because, I mean, traditionally, dwarves are just like gunline heavy. That's where most of their reliable damage is. And then when you get in, it's like, okay, well, I've got decent fighting power, whatever. I think what I'll do is, since I do want to go gun heavy, I might just build like a unit of longbeards and then maybe just a bunch of dwarf warriors. I think that's maybe a safe bet because iron breakers and hammers, they're a little bit too expensive for like the points I'll be investing elsewhere. I guess we'll see though. How many points are iron breakers? I'm assuming very expensive, which is kind of a problem. I guess my issue is always like putting points into melee. How good does your melee need to use be? Yeah, they're very expensive, yeah. Like in what ratio should you have shooting to melee? You know what I mean? In points. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I haven't played since like 8th edition. So, Yeah, this is no, I'm doing Drakes for sure. Drakes with troll hammers. I mean, everyone's doing min squads with troll hammers, right? Because it's your only like multi-wound shooting weapon that's kind of reliable. Yeah, all we're doing though is I'm doing like a custom little apprentice guy. That's it. He's gonna sit at the forge and cook some runes. Once I can get everything actually completed. So I gotta sculpt an arm out of green stuff, or if I can find an arm, just cut it up, position it. Something like that. Except this is very fat. Yeah, I do need to build Drakes, though, 100%. I think I'll be building probably 2 units. Oh, yeah, it'll be up. It'll be, like, really up when I'm done. This is just, again, more, like, conceptualizing the look of it. Like, yeah. Arm is kind of fitting. What I'll probably do is cut out a bit of the hand and put the mask in, or just cut the mask off and put it in that way. This is for the Anvil of Doom. It's the apprentice for the Anvil of Doom. I'm just swapping and making my own because I don't want to use named characters. Because then if I use a named character, I'm like, oh, well, I probably have to paint them from that hold. And it's like, I don't want to. Unless my army was themed around one hold, I wouldn't mind. But, like, since the Anvil is so cool, and it's just good in game, the model itself is from one hold, Karak Azul. And even though it makes sense for Thoric to be out with other people, other different, like, clans, I don't want to use Thoric. Yeah, right there. We're making a custom version of that. Of Craggy. So it's kind of the same idea. Like I took this arm, and then I'm using a different body and a different, like, faceplate for this guy. Same idea. I'm going to cut out this rune as well, and I'll stick a different rune in there. Yeah. Thought about not using the faceplate, but I guess as a nod to, like, where half these bits came from, it makes sense. And I guess it's just kind of funny that, like, all of these apprentices are just cursed to be in living hell. With, like, the little faceplate going up. Yeah. Gyrocopter's the holder back. I mean, if you got organ gun, cannons, no? I mean, she got no save, right? Like, probably a ward save or something. We'll see. Regen save? Right, yeah. 40k books? No. That's right. Trolls have really fucked up regeneration. That is true. That is true. Okay, I need to keep cutting. Although, you know what? It's about midnight, and I don't want to keep going because I need to be on stream tomorrow. So I think I'm actually just going to call it here. But yeah, 40k books, not really my thing. I'm more so into fantasy. I've always kind of been into fantasy. I did read... What 40k stuff did I read? The army books? I think that's it. I don't think I've ever read a 40K novel outside of like listening to something on YouTube, maybe, which isn't the same thing. Centerpiece first. I'm doing all the troops first. I guess this is more of like an idea. Like, I want to clean this thing up to the point where like I can get the mental image on the table so I don't have to worry about it. You know I want to do the anvils, so that's why I'm making it first and foremost. Um, I'll probably just start making like maybe some gyros next, maybe one more gyro, and then maybe like some other shit. I don't really know yet. I haven't made a definitive list, and even if you do make a list, it's like you tweak it, so you have to make more stuff. Nah, no 40K. I don't read any 40K. I read Warhammer Fantasy, Go Trek, all the Dwarven stuff. That's really where I'm at. Going off and doing like, little side reads of different characters. Right now, no. But yes, I need to go, folks. Everyone, take care of yourselves. I am out of here. I will be on tomorrow. We will be streaming on the main channel all day, and then maybe after that, we'll be here again. So yeah, with that being said, everyone take care. Stay safe, be well, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace, everyone. Peace, peace. Take care, guys. Peace.